Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to this floortastic stream.
You know, Astro Kitty, it's funny that you mentioned me being the boss, because when people were talking about like the floor versus wall thing and in the mod Discord, I couldn't help but feel like I'm like the capitalist here and the walls have started unionizing, so I'm just like shit talking them. And then I'm like turning them against the floor, and it's like, yes, I am turning the proletariat against itself. Devour yourselves. But I couldn't think of a way to actually like enunciate it, so it's just funny that you say that I'm the boss, because it's like, you know what, I was in fact engaging in that kind of shit. So we are going to let's see. Just stir up the pot a bit over there. A little bit. And minimize this. Yeah. I forgot about that. It is funny, we ended up finding the boss. The boss was almost dead, and then a genie just popped through the wall and killed me. It's so sad. Okay, so today, we're definitely making progress today. Today is the day that we finish here. I woke up early enough today, which you can't tell because I did definitely not shave, even though I did take a shower. What was I doing? Okay, is the other one here? Can't tell. No, the other one hasn't moved yet. Okay, I did kill myself, and it killed itself. I'm going to try to remember how this all works. Let's see. We need to do a couple things. We need to change you to single target. Specifically, we need to change you to implosion. We need to... Oh, are you moving? You sure are. Don't love that for me, but that's okay. Okay, and we die. Yeah, goal here is basically just to clear out this this first enemy.
Ready to use.
That's unfortunate. The other one has moved, hasn't it? That was the other one, yes. Okay. So, the other thing that I could try to do... Yes, I just put them up on YouTube, so they're processing now. I didn't realize... I knew that I had forgotten yesterday, but I didn't realize that I had forgotten the day before. So that is... Those are both processing. I will make them public over the course of the afternoon. And, yeah. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it's hitting with an AoE. You know what it probably is? It actually has so little HP that it might be killing itself with Pain Reflection. So, because it's AoEing, it's hitting a bunch of targets, and it just has no hit points left. It's basically dead already. So it's probably Pain Reflection. What the fuck did you do? You know, I was having an easier time with this before. I don't know why I'm struggling now. Who the fuck are you?
Ready to use.
Okay, the other one is now on me as well, which is a problem. I've thought that I only needed to hit this a few times. Okay, there that one goes. Let's see here. Can I close you and get you to move somewhere nicer. Like, if I get you to move into that corner again... Can I then just run right by you? Hey, Malekith. We're gonna see if this works. No. You are approaching me here. Okay, you're now approaching from the other side. Let's go. Let's go. Keep jumping. Always be jumping. Fuck.
I need healing. This always.
Okay, it took a step forward too far. But yes, we should be able, I think, you know, we might actually be able to do that with you too. Let's actually try this. I'm going to close this door. Then we're going to set fireball. Set this, and you're still in that corner, right? Can I get you out of that corner? I don't know if I can get you out of the corner without opening this. Come on. Walk in the other corner. Go away. Nope. Wrong corner. I need you to behave. Okay. I think I'm gonna die when I do this. It killed itself. Yeah, it's definitely killing itself on pain reflection. That's what's doing it. Whoa, buddy! I could pull it in here, actually. That's a thing I could do, actually. Whoop. Wrong. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, buddy. Nope, not that way. Not that way. Wait, where the hell did you go? Okay, I think we might be okay here. I'm concerned we have a Jinn here. We have some over here. This might end up being a problem for us. Because they might end up doing some bad stuff that we don't want. But that's okay. We'll see what happens. We have the Plagueborn in the first pack. Let's go. Okay. 37k. I thought I turned that off. Okay. No. Oh shit, I moved. Concerning. 41k. I love it. Love to see it. Okay. Why did that miss completely? That's... Oh, wait. I'm only hitting for 41k because I'm hitting a boss. I'm not hitting very many targets. I'm hitting like 2 targets, I think. Pulling out a little bit. How many targets do we think I'm hitting right now? Flame Blast is hitting for 7 grand, which isn't really optimal. It's fine though. We're hitting a sufficiently large number of targets. I think that this is a reasonable amount of damage to be doing off the bat here. The Immolation is hitting the Plagueborn. Nope! Let's see. Okay, we dodged that. Fuck, we didn't dodge the second one. I didn't even hear the second cast come out. Whoop. Shit, you're still on my side. Nope, go away. Nope.
I knew.
Don't do it! It's kind of fun guesstimating it, I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna kill me. can't just walk to that corner. I do need to... Oh, fuck! Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. It's all good. Okay. Okay, buddy, you need to go to the correct place. Where'd you go? Did you... Ah! Don't blink through the wall at me! Don't do it! Hey, at least it did it right at the beginning, right? At least it did it right at the start. That's the important thing. I do think that this is how I want to handle this, because this will save me time. Not necessarily real time, but it'll save me in-game time. If I can get these two locked into the same pack as everything else. That way I don't have to actually damage them directly. Fuck, you're moving toward me again. I need you to rotate around the other side. Maybe I do need to go this way. Fuck, I missed! Well, it died. If I go up the stairs, I'm just gonna die to the... There's already a elemental that's up there, so that will kill me. There's no, like, place up there for me. You can see that, like, we're immediately under attack up here.
I'm hurt.
You know... I don't think that that's gonna work too great for me. It would be kind of nice. It's something that we do... later on in the run to secure position. The issue is that once we go up there, we need to figure out where the two downstairs are going to be moving to. Okay, this one is approaching on this side. The other one is still on the other side. Are they both going to the other side? Nope. Nope, they aren't. Can dodge this attack fairly comfortably.
No. This always...
Yeah, I don't think it's reasonable to get up there at the moment. There's too many targets that have fireballs up there. And if a fireball comes at me, I'm not going to get missed. Okay, did we get you to where we need you to be? Nope. You both came to me. Rude. Okay, I think we do need to cross. They're on either side of this thing. They're just, like, flanking me. Yeah, this is fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, I didn't think you had range on me. Sorry. Wasted. There. No. Bad. Bad and incorrect behavior. Shit. Far enough back. Think I'm far enough back now? So this is very what? Did that blink through the wall? Did that blink through the wall, or did that... Check the VOD! I don't know if that blinked through the wall, or if it just got released. Okay, I think... we're currently in a safe position, question mark? It's so scary seeing them walk... It did? Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a fairly consistent problem with them popping through either of these walls here that I'm hovering over. I just didn't see whether there was an enemy on the other side of that wall in advance, right? I wasn't looking at the map. Well, I wasn't looking at that section of the map anyway. 3,200 isn't quite what we're looking for. Right, so... Turn off rotation for now. That's one target. That's okay. That specifically, that's the target that's already almost dead. I'm like, how did I just hit a target for 100 damage? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So our goal now is to plow through all of these and hopefully not die. Turn volume down on my end a little bit. I don't know how loud that is for you all compared to my voice. With the chain explosions. I figure someone probably would have said something yesterday if it was too loud. I adjust the volume for this kind of stuff on my headset itself, which doesn't impact the incoming and outgoing for the stream. So, my sound settings should be fairly stable. Okay, so the intention here is to clear this entire pack and then move around a bit to get another pack. I guess basically my goal is to get to about 60% completion and move on from there. Unfortunately, I do not. So the issue is that the enemies on the right side, I don't know about the left side, but the same issue that you see it periodically in Merge Mod, but it's particularly prominent in Castle Arathia, which is, they call it Castle Griffinheart, but fuck the monarchy. Don't trust the monarchy. They don't get to rename the castle after them. But it's Arathia's castle. It's the people's castle. Town of the monarchy. Anyway, Castle Arathia. The clumping thing, where they get stuck on each other, is what's happening here. So this group is eventually stockpiling in such a way that they stop moving entirely. They just get stuck on each other. And you have to like maneuver around in a very specific way to get them to break out of it. I actually came upstairs and shot them, and they still didn't break out of it. So, in theory, I might be able to break some of these out that way. Some of them do periodically break out. One just broke out there. But for the most part, they're completely stationary. I like to do the jumps because before they get locked in, you can get more of them in by jumping a little bit. Like getting that little bit of elevation difference makes them more prone to go up. It seems to make a little bit of a difference, but I don't tend to do it when I'm once they feel like they're fairly locked in, because eventually they just stop moving completely. Funnily enough, the things that are more prone to leaking in late are these, like the enemies that are down here. Sometimes these will like wander a little bit, and then they get they'll wander all the way to here. Where the fuck did you just come from? You all just saw that, right? This better not be fucking behind me. If this asshole is behind me and not on the deck, I am concerned. Because I was looking at the map when it spawned. Okay, it's upstairs. Don't worry. It's fine. They came from behind. Like, if this thing is just spawned randomly in the middle of the room that I'm in, I couldn't blame the walls for that. I'd have to blame the fucking floor for that, and that would ruin all of my propaganda. You know, a little bit. It feels familiar, but we're doing it a bit differently than we have in the past. We actually went like full efficiency with it. We dove straight over here. The two Ifrits that we have to deal with at the beginning of this save file are both pulled into this pack. So this pack contains those two Ifrits. Unless one of them teleported. Oh, you know what? That Ifrit that was in there maybe could have teleported behind us. It didn't, but I'm realizing that would be an explanation for something like that. Though, not likely, because it had no HP to start with, basically. But yeah, hopefully killing this gets us to 55%. I would love to have a really, really nice, powerful initial pack here. That would be really, really useful. And if we can get this done and get it up to like... Oh, there's that other leak from behind. I don't know where you're even coming from. I think they're maybe coming from like the entryway. But I'm here for it. Every time one of those things leaks in, it's great for me. Imagine if even two people had fireballs. It actually wouldn't matter. Like, funnily enough, we have enough damage on Cassowary that we would gain very little benefit from having additional AoEers. Because the only damage that's coming out of our party right now is coming from the percent-based legendary. So if we didn't have that legendary, this would be impossible. It would be impossible. We don't have enough saves to, in my lifetime, as a human being on this planet, kill my way through this entire dungeon without somebody dying or going insane. There's no possible way that would happen without the 1% damage that's coming out. These things have, like, probably 90% resistance to all of my damage. My fireballs are hitting for a base damage of 70. I'm hitting for 70 damage. Shaman, yes, but not with this party, right? Because the Shaman also does percent damage, right? So I think it's fire that gives them the percent base damage. So Shaman would definitely be able to do it. But this party doesn't have an answer to that at the moment. I could get an answer, actually. And this is something that if we feel like we're running into an actual brick wall here, which is possible that we run into, one thing that I will do is we will actually reload back to the exterior, and I'm going to pick up Mastery for... I can't get Grand Mastery, though. If I can't get Grand Mastery, I don't know if it's worth it. No, I already have Mastery, right? I picked up Mastery. I just don't have the spells yet. But if I could get Grand Mastery in Earth Magic, I'd get access to Mass Distortion. Mass Distortion would massively change the scope of this dungeon for me. So... Okay, we got another one down. Then we're just going to wait for our mana a little bit. But yeah, since we don't have access to Mass Distortion, I don't think I need to worry about it. So, that being said, if I got another copy of this legendary, then it would matter a lot, because I would want to have access to Fireball on Raven. So I should probably get my fire skill up to 8, just so that I can get access to Fireball at like the lowest level. And actually, even right now, it would make a fairly large difference, because it would allow me to use both of their mana bars for this instead of just using the one mana bar. Though I don't know that I don't spend that. Fireball's really cheap. So I don't know that I'm actually spending that much time on that. I don't know that it would actually make that big of a difference, if we're being honest. Fireball's real cheap. It's especially cheap when you're spamming it on an Elementalist, because Elementalists don't have Ascension, they just have the stacks that stockpile. So my Elementalist has gone from being, like, very bad at spamming a single spell to do this effect, to being particularly good at it with the change, because I'm no longer accumulating stacks if I spam the same spell over and over again, which I used to accumulate stacks doing that, which means that I can just keep spamming it, and it doesn't matter that I'm not doing more damage because all my damage is coming out of the legendary effect anyway. And we don't have Ascension, so we don't have the increased mana cost. So the Elementalist has suddenly become especially good at spamming low-level spells. Let's see here. 44%. Did another one just leak in? I think another one just leaked in. This is excellent. I sure hope it's on this person. I think it was. It was on them at some point. Is it no longer on you? It's no longer on you. Well, that would actually make a pretty big difference. I moved it off of them at some point. Because I needed the HP on somebody else. Whoops. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It honestly doesn't make as huge a difference as you'd expect. Well, maybe it does. I don't actually know. Is the percent base damage affected by resistance? Like, is the 1% but then modified down by resist Malekith? Or is it just, like, tacked on top and ignores the resistance component? Alright. So if it's not if that component isn't affected by resist, then it only impacts, like, the last little bit of HP, which is less impactful. Because for the bulk of this, we're just hitting it for, you know, exactly 1% of what it's got left, you know? Very much a rounding error of difference there. Well, that's good to know that we can fall back. We can fall back on 32,000 hits for the kill. We can get through 32,000 hits. That actually could be very relevant for some types of encounters, right? So, like, if you're in a dungeon where, like, I don't know how long 32,000 hits would take to do. That's an interesting question. I think it would depend. If it's a regenerator, it varies, because it depends on how quickly you're doing the hits. Because if you have 5 targets all spamming fireballs that are all doing 1%, you're going to be out-damaging the regen once it's regenerating, like... Basically, you're doing 5 times as much relative damage to the regen, so it should presumably change the dynamic depending on how... No! Why are you like this? I actually don't know how that one leaked. I don't know how that leaked. Oh, I'm on double speed. No! No, don't do it. Go away. Get it. Ah! Hi! It's fine. We're going upstairs. We're going upstairs, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. That was rude. I want something to go wrong early. I don't want it to go wrong late, you know? Rude. Stop being rude. Stop being rude. Everything's fine. Don't fucking worry about it. Just be good. Have you considered the option? There we go. Look at all those just fucking piling right in. Let's go. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. We don't have any walls over there. Everything's fine. Yeah, everybody just jump right in here. This is such a beautiful pack. There's nobody hanging out at that wall to kill us again. I think... the escape plan is very simple. The escape plan is not to just pray, okay? Look, we have a coherent, realistic escape plan, okay? Here's the escape plan. The escape plan is... I'll figure it out later. The escape plan is... don't worry about it. That's the escape plan. Okay. So we have a couple of potential escape plans. There's two escape plans that we might end up needing to go with. Okay. So the first is I might need to kill this solo, but I can't do that. I can't waste the time on that. So, with that being the case, how can I make you die with somebody else? Okay, that hit for 16k. That hit for 19k. That hit for 12k. That was immolation. 16. That flame blast hit for 13. Okay, we're gonna try to clear this first one like this, I think. Okay. So, the key here, with regards to escape plans, is I don't know. I don't know what the escape plan is, but we've seen some promising things. So, the first thing that's promising is that until today, because yesterday, these corners felt very consistent. These corners are pretty goddamn consistent. So that's good, right? Today we've had a little bit of a rough patch. That fire elemental attacking us there came completely out of left field. Was not expecting to see that. It's honestly a little concerning that that happened. I did not expect that to happen. I thought we were in a very safe position. So, unfortunate, to say the least. With that being said, this has been very, very consistent for the most part, and it's not that slow. From my perception, my expectation here is that we have almost exactly enough time. If we get a good attempt here, we're not doing as much damage as I'd like to do right now. We're not hitting as hard as I'd like to hit. This right here is not what this ain't it, Chief. Okay, but we're gonna work with it. We're gonna see if we can make this work. Basically, we're looking to kill that single Ifrit that's in front of us, along with whatever else we can, bunch in with it. At least our immolation is doing a decent bit of damage as well. If we can get that Ifrit down, my hope is that the rest of the pack can be killed in a more timely manner. But like, if we can get this where we're doing like 20k, if we can get back up to 30k again, we'll be back on track to be doing very, very quick and efficient DPS. So, if I kill every enemy here, this will be about 65%. We got to 65% yesterday during one of the polls. We did manage to get to 65%. The unfortunate thing is we got to 65% after we had already used our save substantially earlier, right? We were sitting on like 40% or something like that, or I don't remember what percent we were at. We were at some percent that was not sufficient for our needs. And so we got up to 65%. So on this attempt, what I'm hoping for is we can get up to about 60% and save the game. With that done, what I'm looking to do from there is to kill the rest of this pack. That's my goal, is finish out all of these. That gets us in the green. If we can get into the green up here, we have one more save. We can get to 65%, we can save the game up here, and then we can worry about figuring out how the hell we're going to get out of the dungeon. I do not have an answer for how to get out of the dungeon. I guess I do, because I do have Town Portal. In theory, I could just Town Portal out of the dungeon once I'm in the green, right? That might be a thing I can do. That's less fun. I'm going to try to escape the dungeon. So, the alternative is, even if I don't get myself into the green here, even if I don't manage to make that happen, can I... No. Okay, was that? No. We still haven't actually hit... We haven't killed the one that is actually blocking the line of sight, unfortunately. I wish I had Spirit Lash. Because we're gonna be struggling to do major damage until we kill this Ifrit here. Do we have... Wait, did that work? That worked. Okay, I think... that actually hit for 9,000. Okay, we're still hitting quite a few enemies here. It's just that they're all low. Because we hit for 9,000 with Cassowary, which indicates that there's multiple targets. Okay, we're going back to normal speed. Okay, we are hitting a target there. Like, we are targeting something. Let's get as far turned as we can. I think we're still hitting the same target here. I don't think that that's a new target. So, we're waiting on probably this target or this target. My guess is this target in the back here, but one of the two of them to die. Once that happens, we should be able to turn and start hitting in the corner where we're supposed to be able to hit. Because right now we're focused a little bit further in than we want to be. It's not a huge deal, but it's not optimal. It would be real nice, actually. Don't think that's the one. Maybe it is.
Go.
Why were you shooting there, then?
One stop.
Okay.
Go.
Oh my god, I was right! I successfully nailed the exact target. I knew which one it was! That's amazing. Okay. Look, I'm very pleased with myself for identifying correctly that it was this exact target. You can't take this from me. So, if we can clear out the rest of this pack, which should be very feasible, then that should get us to well over 50%, I think. I think that this is like... There's only one on this side now. So... I suspect this is going to go fairly well. This is probably the best pull that we've had. I feel very safe in this position that I am right now. This should be about as safe as I can get here. Wait, I have one in range too. Damn it. Okay, that Toxic Cloud just killed a Greater Fire Elemental. Yeah, one of them moved a little bit. You're right, that is more than one. But either way, it's a small pack over there that we have. And I need to pay closer attention to when I start smacking the wall. Yeah, my hope is that we clear this entire pack without getting weakened. And I don't know how reasonable it is to expect that to happen. But that is my preference here. We have at least one target that's very low here. Actually, we have at least two targets that are very low here, because that fireball just hit for 500 on more than one target. So we are hitting some number of targets that are low. We have at least one target that is at decent HP. Use 3 of these. Can I actually just poke them through the wall? Died to the immolation. Love to see it. Okay, we don't have an angle there. 5,000, 6,000, 6,000. I don't think it's going to make a difference. I think this is as good as anything, so we're just going to stay at this thing. So, the hope here, we got another leak. The hope here is that we get absolutely everybody, and that the things that are... Oh, we just got another leak. These kinds of leaks would be bad under some circumstances, but are fine for us here. Like, obviously, it's suboptimal to get leaks when you're actually hitting the entire party at once. You don't want to have, like, one leak in later. But because these are basically getting in, like, an assembly line of murder, we're not hitting all of them at once. We're hitting maybe 4 to 5 at a time, something like that. So since we're hitting about 4 to 5 at a time, this, I think, is a very reasonable setup. And so all the ones that leak in later, it's like, great, welcome to the club. This is good for us. We just hit one of them for about 200, so that fire elemental is about to die. Once that dies, we should be in good shape. We still have a shit ton in this pack, and we're at 42%. Let's see. Is there a way to make it more consistent that the dragons will actually use their special ability when they get their mana back? Like, I assume it's an interaction with the fact that it's having to, like, reset it to that because the like Fire Blast is itself an ability. Or not the fire, the normal breath attack is itself like a spell, I think, or something like that. I assume that's why it happens. but I don't. For some reason, they don't necessarily use their breath weapon when they get their SP up. No, I mean, so if you watch the dragon, I'm holding S, right? Eventually, they're going to get to full mana, and they won't have used their breath weapon. They have enough mana to cast it. They're still not casting. 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 Right? So like, eventually they figure it out, but like the breath weapon doesn't consistently get swapped back to the flame blast when you're just holding down S. And I don't really know why. I assume it has to do with the way that the normal breath attack is coded, where it's presumably also a spell, and it has to like swap back once I have the mana. I don't really know. No! No! Couldn't you at least properly leak? Wait, how did I die? How did you die? Did you get hit by 2 targets? What the hell killed you? What could have killed you? You can't die in 1 hit. It takes 2 hits to kill you. Did I just take 2 hits simultaneously? I want a combat log. I want to know what just happened. I want to know what just happened. What just killed me? Did you betray me? This fucking wall. I think this wall betrayed me. It's the fucking walls. It's always the walls. We've been seeing the enemies shoot through these walls. They've been blinking through the walls. You can't trust the goddamn walls in this dungeon. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You can't trust it. Okay, so unfortunately that does mean that we need to reload. This was such a perfect. Did an enemy peek around the corner there? No, don't buy into this propaganda. Don't buy into it. No, didn't happen. Didn't happen. Oh Jesus! I had double speed on, didn't realize it. Don't buy into this pro wall. See, look at that. See, I can't die to that. I can't die to 1 hit. How did I die? Even if there was an enemy that peeked. Even if an enemy peeked, I can't die. It takes 2 enemies peeking for me to die. Okay. Oh shit, that was the enemy. I should have dodged that. That one I positioned myself badly. It wasn't the floor, it was the wall. It was the walls. I'm telling you. Okay. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna. I don't think that we're. Oh no, they're in the front again. See, that's what should have happened. This is what should have happened. This is what... See? The stairs. And what are stairs if not a combined wall and floor? Right? The true enemy is the class collaborationists. Okay, so those in the front are definitely going to leak at some point, right? Like, I feel like it is known, right? That's going to happen. So this asshole right here is going to kill me. How certain are we of this? Okay, so that was concerning. I guess... That is
Ready to
true on a great many levels. Okay, how can please. How many can I hit with Inferno? 0? If I turn this way, I can't see you. If I turn this way, I can. No, I'm hitting the exact same spot, so I should be... Need to have at least a quarter of mana to activate the save. Malekith, thank you. That is gonna save my life. That's gonna you just saved multiple attempts. Okay, good to know. There's no reason for me to be spending mana on that character. Oh god. Please tell me I have an angle. Something. 15, not great. 16. Okay, for some reason I can shoot. This is the one, but it will save this attempt. At some point I'm gonna get hit on this attempt. But it'll save me. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan of my current positioning, and I'm feeling like maybe I want to do something crazy. Like, I really don't like that one that's over there. It's blocking me from doing the damage that I want to do. I don't have, like, a great setup right now. So, could I... set things up in such a way... This is like a really, really aggressive posture that we've come up with here. This is like super aggressive. This might end up killing me. We'll see. But what's going to happen here is... Wait, is this the Ifrit that's almost dead? This is the Ifrit that's almost dead. Please, you need to kill this thing. Okay, that one's dead. Do we have another one? Okay. The run is safe.
I have too much.
And by safe, I mean very dangerous.
I have too much.
Ho 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 ho! Can I go a little bit further? Can I get some more? Can I get a little bit more juice out of you? 29. The issue with this positioning is that I can't hit with the dragon from here. I can hit from the dragon with the dragon from here. This is it. Okay, this is the attempt. It's gonna work. It's gonna work perfectly. Every component of this is gonna work great. You don't have to worry about any of the enemies that have clear line of sight to me the second that they teleport through that wall. It's not gonna happen. It's fiction. It's not real. Don't even worry about it. This is in fact S-tier gaming right here. I'm gonna be so upset if we have like another freak accident, because correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't this way more consistent yesterday? Like, I feel like the problem was setting it up. The problem wasn't then once we had it set up, it was working really consistently, I think. Like, we were getting like, okay, I've set this up here, and then I would set up again on the same save. I got up to 65% on one of those with, I think, 3 separate pulls. Like, I pulled 3 groups of enemies. Like, this was very consistent for a very long time, and now it's not doing... You know what it is? You know what it is? This shows that I patched the game. Malekith changed the numbers on the back line so that the enemies would leak out at me. That's what happened. Just go full conspiracy. I should note, I don't think there's even been a patch. The last time it was updated was yesterday at some point. I think that's the patch that I had already installed yesterday. To be clear, obviously that's a lie. Falcon's like, no. Change the projectile behavior. Do you want to change the projectile so they don't shoot through this wall at me? Oh, right, there was the AI machine learning that was implemented that made it so... Which would explain, actually... Which would explain the problem that we ran into quite readily. God, which dungeon were we doing where we were making those jokes? Where it's like I had a strategy that was working like very consistently and then it just like immediately stopped. Was that the Watchtower? It worked like one time. You know it's gonna happen eventually. Hey, you know... Why? Okay, I did deserve that. I deserved that. I took such an aggressive posture there. Okay, we're gonna dodge you. We're gonna dodge you again. We're gonna dodge you again. God damn it. I did dodge the same one again, but I didn't dodge the other projectile that was coming into a slight cross angle. Okay. Okay, that did not dodge. Okay, there we go. Let's fucking go. Please just go where I need you to go. Okay, so. It's so fun. Who the fuck is it? Somebody else leaked, I think. Unless I stopped tracking the thing that I needed to track, and it actually barrel. No, I don't have a good angle there because of the barrel. The angle that I want to take with that dodge is not going to work. So, whoa, shit. Fuck me. No, let's just stand here. This is fine. It's gonna work great. I knew I'd win. It's gonna work great. It's gonna work great. Don't worry about it. So sad. Oh god, you leaked so fast. You know what? Let's go up a bit. I don't think that going upstairs is ever gonna work. The chain fireball video? I don't think so. Okay. There's so many on that front wall. There's so many on that front wall. So the other thing that I could do, I don't think this is going to work great for me. I don't think it's going to do the job. But another thing that I could do is try to pull them all to here and then move them somewhere else. If this isn't going to work consistently the way that I want it to work, which I thought it was going to, but it doesn't. It's not doing what I want it to do right now. You know. Oh, that's cool. That's fun and exciting.
Ready to go.
So fireball is hitting one target. That's not what we're looking for. I forgot to turn the thing off. We need to swap this to you. Nope. I turned off the swap while it's on the spell. So that's hitting for 12k. What kind of spell would be cool to have? Oh, I am also curious on an elaboration on what you mean by projectile hit range. Like, are you talking about like the hitbox on the projectile itself, or like, because sometimes enemies can like tag you through walls with their projectiles, like the Garrett's Forge situation. Gotcha. I'm curious if that's a thing that can be fixed without like making it so that they feel like they should be hitting and they're not sometimes. I'm actually legitimately very curious about that, because I guess it would have to do with like, I could see if because I feel like the explosion, like the actual like impact animation for them is... Wait, did I just... Also? I'm wondering if basically, yeah, I wonder if there's a way to just like rip off the code that it has for melee attacks and apply it to a projectile instead of an enemy. I don't know if that's possible to do, because melee attacks have code that invalidates the attack if line of sight is not available from the enemy when the attack goes off. And I'm wondering if you could do something similar with the projectiles, where it calculates whether the center of the projectile has line of sight to where you're standing. Like, that might be... If that's feasible to do, that might be the easiest way to create like a robust fix there. I'm not sure if that would create weird effects in situations where a projectile feels like it should be able to hit you even though the center of the projectile doesn't have line of sight or not. It might cause some weird effects, but I don't know. I can't think of any examples, or not many examples anyway, of enemies being unable to hit you from really weird positions where they obviously should. There's like a couple of edge cases where sometimes enemies will not... Like, enemies will think they have melee range on you, but they don't. Which I think is tied to them moving slightly when they go into their combat animation. So there's a few, like, edge cases there. But it would definitely be worth a try if it's easy to do. And we could just see if there's any externalities there, right? Where it's like, oh, well, this feels like it should have hit me, and it didn't hit me because the game got confused and thought that this, like, this tiny thing blocked line of sight. And occasionally that's fine. Like, having like, a tent pole block line of sight because it happened to be the from the exact center of the hitbox of the thing and block that line of sight could be funny, but probably wouldn't impact the, like, it wouldn't be a super common event, I don't think. That was a 21k Fire Blast, so we definitely got a lot of hit targets we're hitting here. Yeah, we have had multiple attempts here. We're an hour in. I think this is very reasonable to do. What I might end up needing to do, if we end up getting, whoops, I ran myself out of mana and wasn't paying enough attention. If this ends up going south, what I might end up having to do is go late today and just keep going until I get the save that I'm looking to get, so that tomorrow we can open up with the save that we need. I don't anticipate that happening because I think that we've gotten bad luck. I don't think that we got super great luck yesterday. I think that we've gotten bad luck today. It's also possible we're doing something slightly differently than we were doing yesterday, and that's what's killing us. That's a concerning thing, because if that's what's happening, then it's going to be harder to troubleshoot and fix. Because I'm fully just going off of vibes here. So, one thing that we are doing differently is that for a good portion of yesterday, we were not on double speed. I just hit somebody with a Toxic Cloud, and that's very alarming. I don't know who we just hit with a Toxic Cloud. Did we hit one of the guys through the wall with a Toxic Cloud? Because that scares the shit out of me. The thing about this is that normally I'm not that super concerning. We clearly have line of sight on something periodically. Not going to worry about it. It's fine. Nothing is going to teleport through that wall in front of me. Why would the walls betray me like that? Why would the walls engage in such traitorous behavior? We're going back to slow mode while we wait for whatever movement is going to happen here. Once these have locked in again, or some significant quantity of them have, I'm concerned by the fact that we have at least 3 moving around right now. We've always had the 1, or the rest locked in. Okay, that's a 21k. Okay, we're back up to hitting for... I think we've got the boss. I think we're hitting the boss. We missed the boss and hit for 4,000. I'm pretty sure we're hitting the boss. So if we can take out the boss here, that'll be a big deal. We're still hitting for 20k. So, like, we legitimately have a very good opening here. As long as nothing leaks. I'm actually going to disable your spells as well, because I want to hold off on those until I need them. And I might as well disable yours. In the previous one I had you set to healing. I don't need to do that right now, which is interesting because that does imply that I'm doing something mechanically differently. I'm not shooting as close to my body as I was last time. Because the last time I was taking more damage than I was regenerating. Okay, we need to wait on mana. Immolation is also still ticking for a decent amount of damage, which is nice. We're hitting somebody for pretty decent chunks. Let's see, what was the other thing? Oh, right, the question was what spells would be cool to have. I got distracted because I was thinking about the projectile thing. Chain Lightning is a cool concept. I like the idea. Like, as long as it has, like, long enough jumps that it feels, like, meaningfully distinct from, like, a true AoE. Like, if it's like, okay, this will hit up to 10 targets, and if there's 10 targets fairly close to each other, it's probably going to hit them all. As long as you target, like, one that's on the exterior first, so that it doesn't, like, chain into a direction that is unhelpful. Like, that would be pretty fun. Would give, like, a unique functionality that is pretty cool. Let's see here. Okay, 1 second. My mother is calling. I return. And hopefully, when we press escape here, it doesn't do anything bad. It also happened while there's like a transition because something just died. Nothing particularly interesting. She just was like, "Oh, I was just thinking about this trip you did years ago. Do you remember what year it was?" I do not remember. Not offhand. You know, it's funny. I think this is the first time she's ever called me during a live stream. Which is particularly funny because it's a very reasonable time for her to call. Because, like, the time zone thing makes it difficult to, you know, get a good time. It seems like a reasonable time period to do it. But I guess it's pretty late for her. She's usually asleep by now. She's usually... It's like 10 o'clock. What's she doing awake? Isn't it past curfew? Okay, we're hitting only one target there, so it looks like we've got a couple targets that are both low. Whoa, we have a lot of bodies there. When did that happen? Okay. This is concerning. There's like a lot of friends that are getting uncomfortably far forward. There we go. We are hitting more now. There we go. I don't think I can hit the follow-up. Move to... Okay, we're able to hit them from here. I don't know if we could just now. So... Okay. So we don't have a ton of damage coming out right now, unfortunately. I'm hopeful that once we clear out the current enemies, the damage will start spiking up again. Okay, we got 2 done there. Okay, we're back up to 10 grand. We're 41%. And look, if we zoom in the map far enough, we don't have to worry about the enemies on the other side of this wall, because they don't exist. As long as we have the map zoomed in like this, those enemies don't exist. This is what object permanence means, is that objects only permanently exist if you perceive them. That's the rule of object permanence, right? That's the law of permanence. A lot of people can... a lot of people confuse this. They're under the mistaken idea that objects continue to exist after they pass outside of your observation, and this is simply not the case. You need to take the wisdom of children. It is common sense that objects cease to exist when they exit your perception. That's definitely it. When we have extremely weird errors in perception, it's definitely indication that that's the way that the actual physical world is behaving, and absolutely not because of quirks in the way that we are measuring shit. Schrodinger's cat is definitely meant to be taken as a serious thought experiment that is seriously an indication of how the real world works, and not meant to be a physicist shitposting. This cat mentioned. It is. It is funny how, like, as an art form, satire just really doesn't work. Because people just take satire too seriously. Like, God, what's that guy's name? Machiavelli, right? Like, Machiavelli writes a giant shitpost about his prince and about how dumb the mentality of these people is, and then people take it as, like, a political instruction manual. It's like, what are you doing? He was shitposting. What are you doing? Schrodinger's cat, same thing. Like, people hear about Schrodinger as a cat, and they're like, so the cat's alive and dead at the same time? This is a real experiment that you could really do, and it would actually work. And it's like, no, that's not the point of Schrodinger's cat. You'd think that people would be less, like, susceptible to this because shitposting as a concept is so, like, commonly understood these days, but no. Still fairly vulnerable to... I think part of the reason that it happens with science is that people misunderstand the function of science because people think that science is the pursuit of the truth, which it's not. Philosophy is the pursuit of the truth, which is why philosophy is mostly just a bunch of people sniffing their own farts, right? That's what philosophy is. Philosophy is useful. There's useful things you can do with philosophy, right? It's important to understand, like moral philosophy in particular has like a lot of useful utility. However, in general, philosophers are just not the most useful people on Earth. However, despite the fact that, again, as a field, it is in theory very useful, right? Feels similar to shrinks, right? Psychology as a field, very important, very useful to understand. The people who become shrinks are not, they're not sending their best. So, the distinction between the field conceptually and the actual people in it. But because people think that like science is the pursuit of truth as opposed to the pursuit of usefully incorrect information, right, is the reason why like a lot of like mistakes in that category kind of happen. So it's like, okay, is relatively correct is the question, and the answer is sometimes it's useful. It's a useful theory that allows you to do a lot of cool things. It gets you a lot of right answers, right? If you punch it into the certain types of equations, you will very consistently get answers that are useful for describing the world, right? Is it correct in some objective philosophical sense? Absolutely not. 100% no. It is a complete misinterpretation of the way that the world works, but it's useful for describing the kinds of phenomenon that we want to describe, right? And that's the thing that's important to understand, is that isn't a bug. That's the whole game. We are little meat sticks living in middle world where we are pretty big on the grand scheme of things, but also really tiny in other ways, right? I'm actually not sure where we fall, but we're somewhere in the middle, right? We're somewhere in the middle in terms of size, right? How many orders of magnitude are there between a quark and us versus us and the universe? I don't know, and that would be interesting. I would like to say that I don't care. I do care. That would be interesting to find out. I should check that at some point. Right? Like, how many orders of magnitude are there between the mass of a quark, assuming that even makes sense, I don't know that even makes sense, versus us and the mass of the universe, right? Which the mass of the universe definitely makes sense. Anyway, so we're not going to get, like, something that's absolutely like objectively correct because we're not making up the universe. The universe is a real thing that actually exists, and any explanation that we're going to have of it is going to be flawed in key ways, right? Like if you come up with a video game and you implant the mathematics into the game, you can get perfect representations of how the systems in the game work. Because you made all those systems up with the math that we're using to describe them, right? The same math that describes them is the stuff that it's built off of. Whereas math is a thing that we made up. The universe didn't invent math, right? Has consistent results. Math is very useful, don't get me wrong, right? Math is a very useful thing, describes a lot of reality. It's not a perfect representation of reality. right? So, does 1 plus 1 equal 2? Usually. Usually. Typically. Is 0.999 repeating equal to 2? Apparently yes. Apparently yes. Which I suppose makes sense. Well, math works for the most part, but there's weird elements in math, right? Math has a few edge cases where it breaks down a little bit, and you have to make these weird like arguments where it's like, okay, does an infinitely small value work, or do infinitely small values exist, or do they not exist? And the answer, I believe, is it depends. It depends on the question, the specific question you're asking. So in 1.9 repeating, you have an infinitely small value between that and 2. And in that case, no, infinite values don't exist, and it is in fact equal to 2. And that has been, I believe, mathematically proven, right? That these are the same number, right? So in that case, infinitely small values don't exist. However, like, limits are a thing, and like there's other situations where I believe that is not considered the case, that infinitely small values can be said to exist, and that an infinitely small difference is still a difference. So we're somewhere in the middle, right? We're pretty small, right? But we're somewhere in the middle there. We're somewhere in the middle. Look at us being all normal and shit. So, let's see. What would be the exact middle? It's like the sun? Like, how many orders of magnitude are between us and the sun? Is the sun closer to, like, the exact middle? We need to add, like, how many orders of magnitude? Add about... No, we don't need to add that many. We need to add maybe 10 orders of magnitude? Is that correct? Orders of magnitude get very, very silly very, very quickly, right? Because of the fact that you're dealing with multiples on multiples on multiples, like, things get very silly. 51 orders of magnitude is a lot of orders of magnitude. You know? Like, that's a lot of orders of magnitude. Let's see. Because, like, it's also important to remember that, like, the universe hasn't existed that long. Right? And the other, so, like, the thing about the observable universe to understand is that the observable universe is just a descriptor of time. Right? Like, the observable universe is observable because of the time it's been since the start of the universe multiplied by the speed of light. Right? So, because of that, there's a big difference between what's observable in the universe and, like, the theoretical size of the, like, all of the mass in the unobserved portions of the universe, right? So, like, we see the stuff that's within, you know, 4.5 billion light years of us. We can't see anything that's further away than that. And it gets really complicated when you start dealing with that kind of shit, because there's a bunch of stuff that we just don't understand about what's in between us and other spaces. So, it's like... It gets confusing. my perspective is that we don't really have a particularly strong understanding of the beginning of the universe, and by extension, the the size of the universe itself and things of that nature. Because again, the observable universe is the space that's within 4.5 billion light years of us. In a few billion years, it'll be a larger space that's observable, right? But that's just a factor of distance. And I say it's just a factor of distance and time. It's not, though. It's actually more complicated than that. Because again, we don't know enough about, like, the in-between spaces to really know how it impacts a variety of stuff. And relativity is weird and complicated, and it's like a whole deal. It's a whole deal. But anyway, stuff that's far away, we just can't see. So we don't know what's outside the observable universe. We can presume that the stuff outside of the observable universe is probably more of the same stuff that's in the observable universe. Right? Like, we can presume that, but we also don't necessarily have good vision on the stuff that's even in the observable universe. So, who the hell knows? And the answer is, some people have a pretty good idea, and that's really cool. I think that it's very fun that, because I talk about how we don't, know a lot of stuff, and I think that's an important component of science, is recognizing that we don't know everything, right? But it's also important to recognize that it's actually there's really clever ways that we can get a pretty good idea of how a thing works that are super clever and impressive, and we absolutely do not want to dismiss that. The ability to just look at the way that light is twisted by gravity and use that to identify the locations of black holes and stuff like that, that's pretty cool. Now, is all of that going to be perfect? Probably not. There's probably some externalities that have impacts on that kind of stuff. But I'm prone to, trusting that, astronomers have the ability to at least see what the fuck's going on in our solar system by the fact that they managed to hit a planet. And that is crazy. Think about that. How crazy is it? How insane is it that we as a species have shot projectiles at planets and hit those planets? We've hit planets with projectiles. Those things are very far apart, and they are moving very fast in multiple directions at once. And yet, we managed to hit them. Incredibly impressive shit. Right? So, very, very impressive. Anyway, point being, as long as scientists are coming up with useful and interesting answers to questions, they're doing their job. Their job isn't to come up with some, philosophically, correct interpretation of the world. It's to come up with something that's useful, that gives us useful answers in specific usage criteria, right? Where it's okay, this describes the world in this, within these, limits, right? It's part of the reason that, the string theorists have always been kind of, just barking up the wrong tree, because they're obsessed with this idea of, a universal truth, when we're just not. That's not what the point of science is. The point of science isn't to come up with one theory that rules them all. That's useful in some cases. It can be useful to have a theory that works for large and small things, right? But it's also really hard, because we don't have vision on so much of the universe, right? So, for both large and small objects, right? So I remember watching a video a while ago by, I think her name's Angela Collier. She's a PhD physicist, and she was talking about how like string theorists basically were just making shit up for like decades, and then it's made science communication very hard because people don't trust scientists anymore. And I think that a good portion of the reason for that is that the string theorists are closer to philosophers than they are to actually scientists, right? Their goal is to come up with some truth about the universe, right? Where it's like, yes, we have described the universe to, find its true nature or whatever, right? And it's like, that's not what science is. Science is about making rocket ships and trains and like penicillin. Well, that's the thing, is that string theory has never been a science, right? It's never been related to science, and they've never done anything. Like, string theorists have literally never done anything. And it legitimately has led to an undermining of physics as like a thing that people trust. Like, trust in physics, I think, has been meaningfully harmed by the existence of string theorists, not by the existence of string theory, right? String theory, conceptually, is something that, people came up with as a theory, and maybe it was going to work and maybe it wasn't, and clearly it's not working, right? And they've done some math that's kind of useful, right? They've come up with some mathematical things that are useful, but they haven't come up with any physics that's useful, which is, a fairly major distinction. Okay, so we are at 54%, which is not, I don't think, that different. Can I see what percent I'm on? No, I can't see the percentage. I think that I'm at about the same percentage that I was on that other file, unfortunately. So, let's see. This Ifrit is solo. How much time do I have? I have about a full day left. And I'm wondering if I want to try to kill this Ifrit here, or if I want to move it, because it's currently solo. It's by itself, and I just don't think that it's worth it to try to kill it here. We don't have a good enough attempt here, in my opinion, to justify just leaving that there. So, how are we doing here? It looks like everything has meandered off. So, can I take advantage of this to stand here and get everybody to come to me now? Or no? I think that we're a little bit... I think that we are... Yeah, I would be... If a manhole cover got launched at the speed of light from the surface of the planet, we wouldn't have a planet anymore. There's an XKCD on this, actually. There's actually an XKCD on this exact phenomenon. So this is interesting. That took a lot longer than this attempt here. Let's save this under pre-trip. I don't have enough food because I used some of it. We have 3 rotating above us here. Okay, this is promising. This is promising. Can I get enough of you to be released to get the job done? I don't think so. I don't think this is going to work. I think we took too long on this attempt. This attempt, I think we were substantially slower than previous attempts. Because maybe I'm wrong. No, I don't think I'm wrong. I think that's... We'll see. after the end of this. Oh, okay. That might actually directly impact the thing that we're doing here.
Go.
We'll see. So we're at 54. I get the danger save is just after having cleared the 2, right? Or did I do more after that? Did I ever get the save file that had more than just those 2 cleared? Explosion should still trigger. Let's see.
Go.
But the caster being on this side would give me a worse angle on the targets on the stairs because I can't hit here, right? I can only hit directly in front of me. I can't shoot into the hallway where they are. Because I could hit the spot that I'm hitting on the other side, but I can't hit the spot that I was hitting before from. Right? Like I can't turn myself closer to them.
Ow.
Okay, let's check how much EXP we have before we die here. Let's do it now. I'm gonna do it now because I'm gonna forget. We have, oh my god. We've barely killed half the dungeon. Let's see. Right, but the thing is that when I'm on the other side, I'm angling it differently. Right? So right here, I'm only able to shoot this spot right in front of me. But if I'm in the middle, right, like, I can actually be standing further away and launch it. Like, if I'm here, I can shoot from here into this spot here, which is a better angle than what I'm shooting at right now. That being said, the one big difference is that when I do get down to the wire, I actually think that I'm misjudging how quickly I did it the other time. Potentially. I feel like I'd be hitting more targets if I was on the other side right now. I don't think I'm hitting that many of them right now. Because we were hitting, like, enough targets to be hitting for, like, 30,000+ damage. Pretty consistently on that side. I actually do think that I'm misjudging how much progress I had made on previous attempts at what time. Because we had gotten to about 65% when we were about to die of exhaustion. And we're at the beginning of the last day. Well, not the beginning. We're at in the middle of the last day. And we have one more pack left to clear. And this pack is going to take us way longer than the previous pack took us. Let's take a look. How much time we have? Yeah, we have about 15 hours. Not optimal. It's not terrible, but it's not optimal. How many am I hitting with this? That was a 14k hit. Yeah. You know, look. You gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, I'm definitely hitting for less damage right now than I was hitting when I had a similar number of enemies available on the other side. Because right now I'm only hitting these two. I'm not hitting anybody else. Like, I don't think I'm hitting these. Oh, right, yeah. I ran myself out of mana, didn't notice. We do have the thing on. Fire Elemental is taking a little bit of damage. Yeah. There's a few left in this pack, and we have, unfortunately, a couple more over there to deal with. It's... We've burned through about a fifth of our time since the last time we checked the time, which means that I think we're gonna run out of time here. I don't think we're gonna meet our timing. Though, wait a second, I haven't saved yet. I haven't saved. We can hold this save until 3 o'clock. If this takes too long, because we haven't used this save, we can actually use this save for 3 o'clock, give ourselves another 24 hours. Costs 10, we have 4 food in our inventory. So we have the ability to save 2 more times if we can get into the green with 1 more save. And importantly, it's also 10 in red. Even if I'm standing right here in the middle of a fight, I can save, and it costs me 10. So I can wait until, 2:55. No matter what. We can just do that. You can save in the red too. I didn't realize it either, but I think Malekith mentioned... Somebody mentioned it to me early on in this run. That it was a possibility. Either that, or maybe I might have just done it and then realized that that was a thing I could do. It's 3:55. We have a little under 12 hours left before we need to have another save available to us. I think that it used to be that you couldn't save in dungeons unless you were in the green at all. And then it was changed to a food system, like a resource system. And so there's been multiple changes over time to the specific details of how that system operates. We're very close. We're very close. So basically what we're looking to do is we are looking to set up the final pull and then get the hell out of here. That's what we're fundamentally looking for right now. So I don't know, based off of what time it is, I don't know the exact way that I want to handle this. I'm not hitting you for some reason. That's concerning. Okay, we got you now. That's concerning. I don't think that Fire Blast hit. There are more than one target left, so we're going to get over 60% with this pack. And I do hope that we can clear this pack before we have to save. I'd like for this pack to be dealt with and then we save. Okay. Sure. Are you asking? Do you just want to know like what the party members are? We have an elementalist. We have a lich. So just from left to right, elementalist, lich, dragon, seraph or seraphim, and vampire. So the intention was to build a purely magically oriented party. So the elementalist is meant to use elemental magic. I have completely not invested into any of the elemental skills with our lich, despite the fact that they can. Just because I'm just leaving that fully to the elementalist for shits and giggles. No, like practical reason for that. That's just how I'm doing it. Let's take a look here. Okay, 7 o'clock.
Go.
So we have those, and then we have. I wanted to have a light and dark user, and so rather than having a cleric for my light user, I was like, Seraphim get Grandmaster Light. Why not use a Seraphim instead? And the last character is a troll. Is a vampire, because I wanted I was just looking for. I was looking for an excuse to use a vampire so that I have access to levitate. But I noticed that they get Grandmaster in Mind Magic, so I figured I'd have a Mind Magic user, basically just dedicated Mind Magic user. Unfortunately, they haven't been using Mind Magic that much. They'll be using it later. For now, they're using Life Drain. But let's see, the trolls were chosen mostly on a whim, kind of like a meme. It was not. I kind of picked the trolls just so that I would have regen on every character at the very beginning of the game. I wasn't necessarily expecting to go that far with the caster run. I usually end the caster run before I leave New Sarpagol. Because I just am like, whatever, right? So, in part, it was because in the early game, I really struggle with... regen makes a huge difference in the early game, massively so. It's such an impactful skill to have early on. So having that 1 point of regen right at the beginning, it makes a big difference. And I need to figure out what I'm going to do here. I have 7 hours? I have 7 hours. Do I think it took about 15 hours... Sorry, we had 15. It took about 8 hours to clear after we had determined that we had 15 hours, which means if I kill at the pace that I just killed, I'm not going to clear the next pack before I can save. With that being the case, I need to make the decision on whether I'm going to push my luck here or I'm going to push my luck here. If I save the game right now, I have to clear this entire section. I have to clear to 65% and get out of here before 3 o'clock. If I don't, I have no answer. The alternative is I could either wait until close to 3 o'clock, just stand right here, or even better, walk into my safe place and just hang out in the safe position until 2:55, save the game in the safe position, reload until I get through that period. Then I have 24 hours to clear this section and leave. That's another option.
The other option is to push my luck and try to clear as much as I can without saving. So start the next pack now. Start the next pack now. Save mid pack before I die of exhaustion while I'm in the fight. Reload until I get the RNG that I need to clear the fight. So those are the basic options that I have on the table right now. And I don't know which I prefer. We have so much EXP now. It's beautiful. I do know, however, that I need to go pee. So we're going to go AFK for a second, and then I'll make my choice. I'm actually leaning toward just pushing my luck. We'll see. And people can comment in chat what they think I should choose between those three options that I just presented, or give me a fourth option.
I am back. Yeah, that's the thing. I do agree that waiting to save is the safest option. But it's also the thing that leads to the highest probability of immediate catastrophic failure, as opposed to me wasting several hours on dying over and over again, trying to get back, trying to do something with a save file that might not be feasible. I think it doesn't really matter. We would always be saving in a different slot, but the key is that this save, all the progress that we've made right now, is at risk. If we save and this is an infeasible save, then we don't get another one, right? So all of the progress that we've gotten up to 60% is gone. If we make a save file and we can't make this work because we don't have time, if there's not enough time before we die, then we've lost the progress that we have in clearing. If we wait, like we literally just go hide in a corner and wait, then we have... That is legitimately the strategy. I have spent many hours in here. Like already. We've already spent a long time in here. So, the question is, how much do I care about my viewers? From a content-first perspective, I'm of two minds. The strategy where we just keep pulling is the best content for about 5 minutes. Win or lose, it'll take 5. If we die in 3 seconds, the first 5 minutes of that is still funnier. And then the next 3 hours are a lot less fun. So, do we risk it for immediate content, or do we not risk it so that we have a better experience for people over the course of the next 2 days? Because I am, after all, a live streamer. I don't make these into videos. I can't just make a compilation of this. Of the funny moments where I die. Now, I guess I could make that, but I would not. That's not what the majority of people are going to be interacting with, right? So, it's a tough decision. I think that no matter what, this part is the play. No matter what else we're going to do, walking into this room is, I think, a safe play that doesn't get us killed. From here, we have an enemy that has rotated up onto there. We have an enemy that's here that might cause problems for us. And we only have, it looks like, 2 enemies that are a current threat to us. Which means that we need more than one pull, probably. No, we have 3 enemies, I think. 3 enemies in play? Oop, there's at least 4 enemies in play. Fuck, I almost killed myself. That's just flying above us. That's not a concern. Okay. 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 That's concerning. That moved forward more. This is fine. We're only hitting 1 target here. That's a concern. Can I hit you? Okay, we're hitting multiple targets. So a few important notes here. We have no enemies directly in front of us. The only enemies that we have in play are either on the sides, which I don't think are a super concern. Okay, that one has rotated up. We're going to wait until... We're going to wait until about 2 o'clock. We're not going to put this on double speed because I have ADHD and I phase in and out of concept of time. So I don't want to run the risk of losing a couple hours very rapidly. We're still at 9 something, I think. We might be at 10 now. Yeah, we're about at 10. We're not hitting very hard. Like, we're not hitting a ton of targets here.
Go.
With that being said, if we can... And I think we might get... We are playing very slowly here. We're not hitting a ton of targets. And I don't know that we're necessarily doing super top tier damage to those that we are hitting. I don't know if we're going to kill anything before the timer lapses, which is actually really good for us. As long as nothing is dying, we're probably fairly safe. We should be fairly safe as long as nothing dies. As soon as something starts dying, we're no longer safe. We have a few hours left. In 4 hours, we are going to be saving the game. After 2 o'clock, I'm going to take a couple of pot shots. But then I'm just going to wait. I'm just gonna put it up to 255 and save the game. The other thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to do this now before I forget, because I don't want to run the risk of fucking this up. We are activating the food now. It shouldn't matter as long as we do things correctly later. But I don't want to run into a situation where I try to save and fail to save, and then a couple seconds tick over and then die. That would suck. So we now have 10 food, which is the correct amount of food, and we don't lose food until after 3 o'clock ticks. So we won't lose food on this. So, rude. It's now 11.
We don't have anybody else on the right side of this place for now. We do keep getting more enemies over there, and I don't know where the hell they're coming from. And it's very funny that they just keep showing up. The status screen is a slightly safer screen to have as my default screen because I'm less likely to die on it. I do have the right things. Yes, yes. Okay. So, our goal right now is just to get as much damage into these as possible before 3 o'clock, save the game, hope that when I do kill some of these, because I think I'm probably going to end up killing some of these, that when I do kill the first one, that nothing leaks immediately and makes me very sad. Which is a thing that could happen, and I hope does not. I guess I could just hold S. I don't have to be...
Go.
I don't have to be doing this the very methodical way for right now. The disadvantage of holding S is that I'm less aware of time passing. So... it should be somewhere in the midnight vein right now. We've got multiple targets that we're hitting still. Hitting at least 3 with some degree of consistency. That Fire Blast actually hit for 4K, so that was a pretty good attack. There's a 9,600 damage hit. I love that. So, it's my hope that what this will come down to is we save the game around 3 o'clock, and then we hold S to win for the rest of this pack, which will still have enemies in it, I think. I don't think we're going to finish this pack by then. And then... once that has happened, we can... basically finish clearing the pack by just holding S to win, and then make a beeline for the exit, because I don't think we're going to get in the green. We can also try some alternative strategies that involve pulling these south and then running and jumping off of this side of this thing. That's another possibility that might work. We'll just have to see. Our fireballs are hitting for basically nothing now. We did just kill something. How are we doing? Okay, it's almost 1 o'clock. That was a 1-2, not just a 2, right? That is 12:58. Okay, we just got another kill. So we're only hitting 1 target now. That's a concern. Nothing else moved. Ooh. We are still hitting you. Hitting you with both. Okay. This Jin is mostly dead, but it's not quite dead. I say it's mostly dead. It's not really mostly dead. I think that we would be hitting for more damage, or less damage if it was mostly dead. Though it is a Jin, which means that it's not by default immune to fire, so it doesn't have the intense fire resistance that the other ones do. That's a concern. We might need to actually move. We don't need to move. We only have 1 in play right now, which really sucks.
Did not help. Okay, we are only hitting one. It's 137. Luckily, none of them are moving at this moment. Please? Oh, right, we're not going to consistently hit it from here because it's only one target, so we're not going to... If anytime we miss the one target, we're... Alright. Okay, we only have one left in play. We're almost to 2 o'clock. It's probably 1:59. It's 2:11. I'm gonna do one more Fire Blast and then I think we're gonna wait. No, I think we'll do 2 more Fire Blasts and then we'll wait. It's 2:08. We're going to have to do a lot of reloads here, so we want to be cutting it as close to time as possible, but we don't want to be attacking as close to time as possible. We want to just... There's no rush past this point. Past this point... Alright, how are we doing? It's 2:20. Let's just take a couple pot shots. I actually probably can get off another Fire Blast without cutting it particularly close. So it takes about 10 minutes to get a Fire Blast off. Uh, 34. That's it. We're just hanging out. We're gonna do the Fire Blast because it's just one thing, and then we're just waiting until 2:55 a.m. At 2:55 a.m., we throw out the save, and then we will be in good shape to do some testing here. 2:55. Toss this out, and we're going to save. Saving this under... Could save it under test if I wanted to. I don't remember what test even is. Do we feel comfortable saving it over this danger? Yes. I'm never going to be reloading to this danger. We're saving it here. So, in a few minutes, we probably die. We might not need to reload for this. We might have 2 days of weakness. We might have just gotten super fucking lucky. But there's a sound effect for insanity, so nobody went insane. We are fully golden. Unfortunately, because I don't know whether I just got lucky or not, that does mean that I don't want to move. I do want to just... you know what? No, I do want to move anyway. We're going to move a little bit. My goal here is to try to hit at least both of these at the same time. And I don't know if I can make that happen. There we go. We're getting multiple hits here. So, pop this on double speed. I think we're hitting all of them now. I don't know if I can lure more with jump. I don't jump very high. So I think generally speaking, it doesn't make a huge difference when the enemies are kind of just like meandering over there. Let's take a look at our situation. So we have a couple of rooms that we need to get through here. So the question is going to be, how do we manage those rooms? I think we can run through this room safely, but we can't stand in that room safely. Which means that we're probably not going to get super great effects off of that. I think my best bet is to pull these two enemies and kill them. I think that's my goal. If I kill those two enemies, I can save again. There's no question of whether I can save again if I kill those two enemies. I can save again with those two enemies dead, and that will give me a lot of access to figure. So we're not going for 65% right now. We're going for the green. I shouldn't have started lagging it. I should have gone for one more. It's fine. If we can get this pack dealt with, which I think we can, with an unlimited number of attempts with us already here, we should be fine. I will note there's the possibility that when I reload back in, these enemies break out immediately and kill me. That is a thing that could happen. That is the risk you take when you're making a save file in combat, is that maybe the enemies start behaving a little bit differently than they did before because you just loaded the game in and the behavior is just a little different at the start. They're just loaded in with a little bit of a different predisposition and you die horribly, and that's a thing that can happen. These are getting pretty low. My goal right now is just to get those two pulled in. And if I can get those pulled in, I think with those, we will very comfortably be over 65% and over and have the ability to save. Okay, there's only two in play right now. The other thing we could do, if we got up to 65 here, is we could do a crazy play and try to run up north, save the game, and then run south and try to get out, try to exit there. I think that I'm better off trying to finish clearing this section, because what I need more than anything else is I need to lure all of the enemies from the front area. Wait, if I can get into the green, I can just invis out. Wait. I fully don't need to worry about it if I can... Okay, we need to move. It's a concern. Okay, we're hitting that. There's only one target, and we weren't hitting it before. We're doing 1,000 damage to its single target. We're not consistently hitting. Go. I think this will work consistently. Unfortunately, there isn't that huge of a difference between lower and higher tiers.
Go.
That's concerning.
Go.
Okay, a new one has just loaded in. Not from the place that I want it to be. Where the hell are these coming from? I don't actually know where this is coming from. Like, it's presumably coming from somewhere. But I don't feel like they're coming from the room that I'm expecting them to come from. Oh, right. Okay. I think they're sifting all the way from the entryway. So it is fewer enemies in play from the entrance. But it's not the enemy that I expected it to be. I was expecting it to be the enemy in the cave. And the enemy in the cave is still sitting there, so I don't know. Maybe there were two enemies there and they just detached from each other. So... Okay. But yeah, the difference in time that it takes to kill the lower versus the higher tier is dramatically reduced by the fact that pretty much all of my damage is just percentage based. So I believe, based off of the, not even like tissue math, but just the like vibes based head math that I did, that it takes twice as long to kill an enemy with 10 times the HP. Roughly speaking. There's going to be a little bit of a difference toward the, because there's a bit of a difference there, but it's like basically that's about as long as getting it down to the kill range is going to take about twice as long, right? So as opposed to taking 10 times as long as, which is what you would expect, but because of the fact that you're dealing percent based damage, okay, that's very promising. There's only the one target here. Can I get you with a Toxic Cloud? Because if I can land Toxic Clouds on you, I can make my life substantially smoother and certainly faster. That's promising. Okay. If I change the angle a little bit, can I get you? No. Okay, as soon as it hits the floor, it stops moving around the way that I want it to. So I don't think we're gonna manage that. Not without moving it. So we'll keep hitting it with single target AoE spells. If I could hit it with if I could target it with single target attacks, then I could hit it for twice as much damage with each hit, which would pretty meaningfully speed things up. But let's see, what time is it? It's 11 a.m. already. I don't know that we're going to have time to clear out those other two. I think we might have to YOLO this. This is probably going to need to be a YOLO. I could try maneuvering this Ifrit and then just leaving, but I don't think I want to do that.
No.
I think I'm gonna try. We're gonna YOLO this once this Ifrit goes down. I think that's the strat. We're basically going to climb up stairs
and then immediately jump down off the front of the ship and see if we can get in the green before the enemies catch up to me. I think that's what we have to do. We don't have enough time to lure them and kill them. On a different attempt, we might be able to pull them into the pack that this was in which case we'll have time. I don't think that we have time to try to just kill them, though. Not on this attempt. So, I think that that's something that has a decent chance of working if we get ourselves to, if we could pull them to here first. I think there's a decent chance that we can get off the boat this way. I don't... no, I need to get off the boat to the... I think here. I think this is the angle I need to take. We need to run to the staircase, cast jump, and go north. I think we maybe run straight off the side. It'll depend on where they are specifically in elevation, more than anything else. If a projectile comes our way, we can try to dodge it. And I think if they're over here, we might be able to get into the green up here. If we can get up into the green up there, we can cast Invis, or save the game. We can do both of those things if we can get ourselves in the green up there. And I think that we might be able to make it happen. And if we do that, the rest of this dungeon is very manageable. This is just going to come down to surviving this transition. This is the reason that I've been willing to do this. Like, normally I don't beat my head against a wall like this, but this is actually like a really interesting problem, right? So the problem that I have in front of me is really interesting, and I want to explore that problem. I just have to get through the, brute force shooting a fireball at the floor all day before I can get to the point where I'm solving the problem. Oh, right, yeah, I need to... But yeah, I think... This may well be the attempt. And I really hope that it is, because I do think that I just got really lucky there, and that I could have died on that, and I just didn't get the proc. So... I need you to finally fall over. There we go. What time is it? It is currently 4:28 p.m. Do we just go for it here? No, I think I do want them to be further down. That's about as good as I'm going to get, I think. We're making the jump. We're making the jump. That is dangerous. We're not in the green. We're continuing to go. We have one on the thing there. It's going to get line of sight on us as we're going through here. Fortunately, so is that one. That is shooting at us. So, we have those two up top. We have this one in this section here. Okay. We can't get too close to the wall, or that happens. That was particularly bad timing on that thing hitting us there. We got to that section. Unfortunately, the proof of concept for that part did not pan out.
We're reloading the save. And we are going to dick around a bit here. Nope. We did get eradicated there. We're going to just reload immediately. My intention here is now to try to grab these two, if possible. I don't know how that one got there. That was very fast if that was in the tunnel. Oh, you're in the tunnel and move... Great. Okay. I love that for me. Okay. So that thing that I mentioned... is coming to fruition. There is a genie that is here that was stuck before and is no longer stuck. So I have great news. That was the second time in a row that we didn't die. I think that we are not at risk of falling over dead here. We're actually going to just rotate back into here. We're going to close this. And where are you? Are you on the roof? Or are you inside? Because if you just rotated inside, then we are fully golden. That one is not inside. Okay, we need to lock you over. Come on, bring you. It's okay, it's fine. Okay. We're basically just waiting for these two to approach before we start fucking around with the others. They're both approaching. We're closing the door on them. I think we're only gonna get one here. Maybe we get both? I think this one is going to move the other direction. I could be wrong. Oh, we got it. Okay, we've got them all locked in this corner. So, with them all locked in this corner, I believe we are safe for now. That fireball just hit for 6,000 damage. This is a better position to fight from as well. We're going to be able to hit the entire pack from here. So this should go fairly quickly. I'm not going to activate the thing yet. We're going to wait. And once we start getting them kind of low, is when we will activate. Actually, we will probably just wait until we run out of mana for the first time. And then once we run out of mana for the first time, we will swap the items over to... We do have... Yes, we have the full setup. Okay, so this is promising. We don't have everything that we want. There's a couple of enemies that are up top that are not pulled. Those enemies are going to cause problems for me later. Hitting you for some reason. I'm going to turn up slightly and see if that helps. I don't know why I'm not hitting them. It feels like I should be. And once we've cleared through this pack, which this is going to go fast. This area is way faster than the other area. We're not needing to deal with the same kind of shenanigans where they're only partially attackable. Okay. So you are... Doesn't matter. Oh. Let's see. Toxic Cloud.
Ready.
Have an angle yet? Nope. Okay. I don't know why I can't hit with my Fire Blast. This Toxic Blast is hitting the genie for very little damage. So that genie's probably almost dead. And we're swapping back. We've got our mana back.
Ready to go.
Are you?
Go. Now. Now. Now.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not hitting with that. It looks like I'm shooting the floor for some reason. Do I have... Oh, I might actually have line of sight on these, but I guess I can't. If I had line of sight on those, I'd be... The angle would be different. I actually can just Toxic Cloud here, because I don't need to swap, because we weren't hitting for much extra damage anyway. These are almost dead, so we just keep doing that single target damage. It's not a ton, but considering how low their HP is. It should get the job done pretty fast. So, did you... Where did you go? Did they rotate into that room? We have a fairly clean path now. If we can get to the very far north after clearing these, I think we can save. Right, I need to stop holding S. I think we have lethal here. I don't know what's happening. It's shooting lower than I expect. Okay, that hit. It only hit one. Is there only one left in the pack? I think there might only be one left in the pack. I sure hope there's only one left in the pack, because if there is more than one left in the pack, then I'm not close to victory, because I still have something at full HP here, probably. Very, very close to death. We're basically hitting for no % base damage at this point, so... Monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect, and I am in the yellow. Okay. That thing is moving around in a way that I hate. I hate to see it. I hate to see it. Go back to where you just were. Please, for the love of God, go back to where you just were. Okay, it's 9 a.m. We have time to do another pack if we have to. I really don't want to have to. Please. Okay, are they both inside? Nope, one of them's upstairs. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's real rough. Okay, that's fine. We have time for this, I think. So I think we have two enemies in play here that I need to deal with. So my hope, That is a lesser fire elemental. My hope is that I can kill it at a relatively fast clip. We are hitting for 2% instead of 1%, so it should die twice as fast. I think the math on that checks out. So if this dies twice as fast as it takes to clear a pack here. God damn it. That's not good. I need a very stable attack. See, some of these are missing because they're not hitting the target, not because of the effect. Some of these are just shooting in random directions that I don't need them to. It's okay. It's all fine. Okay, you need to swap your gear back on. It's definitely hitting. So while we are waiting for the other one to recover, while we're waiting for Raven to come back, we are going to just pound fireballs. These are half as effective, but don't cost any mana to speak of. We're going to wait for a full mana bar on Raven, and then Raven will hopefully be able to get lethal from there. That's my hope, is that we can just do this. Until there's only the one target. But yeah, the goal right now is to get to the north side. With my I'm in a particularly bad spot here. I'm usually able to get a very consistent attack setup. I don't want to move at all to make this happen. Because I'm a little bit concerned that I'm going to release it in some weird way and die. There's been some bad stuff has happened as a result of me moving around excessively in some of these places. I think I'm only doing a couple hundred damage that's actually percent based now, so that's dead. We're going back to normal speed. Now, the goal here is to make a beeline to the north before anybody is able to kill me. We're not in the green over here. I am fucking dead, probably. I don't... Are you in this area that I am? Okay, we have a lot of concerning shit happening right now. I don't like it, but we are going to wait. We're going to wait for you to pass me, if we can, or we'll get you to move somewhere else. That did kill me. My life is sad. Let's see. Can I get through this room without moving? I don't think I can get through this room without moving these. I think I'm going to need to... I do need to actually get a setup that clears this area. I need to be in the green over here. That needs to happen. So... that is going to mean... I need to get... Oops. Who's hitting me? Oh, right, yeah, the genie. I forgot about you. I forgot about that genie. So we're gonna have to reset this pack in a way that allows us to survive. And preferably... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I got too close to the wall. If only I had patched, I think that Malekith's change might have saved me there. Okay, where are you gonna go? Make your decision. You're gonna wait for me to get weak, and then you're gonna do it. I see how it is. I see how it is. We're gonna go over here, and we're gonna get hit through the wall again. This is a bad idea. It's still right here, so we're not... We have to... Actually, I could probably just go straight down. If I just walked straight down here, that might actually be the best strategy for me right now. Okay, I think this is the thing that was causing problems for me that I didn't realize was there. I didn't notice that pack. Let's see. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting to the entrance now. Nope. Yeah? Come on, baby. Come with me. All the way over. There you go. That's good. That's good. That's what we like to see. Nice. Same thing with you. Yes. 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 Thank you. Okay. Whew. Well, it's a good thing that we don't have a chance of dying of exhaustion here, huh? Alright, let's see if we can get a slightly better orientation here. We moved a little bit further away from the wall. Are you? Yes. And let's see if we can get all of these characters able to hit targets at the same time. Simulation. Okay, Fireball hits for 6k, 5k. That's not hitting for some reason. Do we shoot the wall, or do we shoot the floor? That's the perpetual question. Since we are hitting multiple targets here... Am I hitting everybody? I think I'm hitting everybody, right? Oh god. Hello, I didn't remember you. Did you come from upstairs? Did you come from downstairs? Where the fuck did you come from? Alright. Sorry. Some hair in my face. Okay, we're all set. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This is all great. Okay. So, I don't know which enemy that was. I don't know where they came from. All I know is that with my current setup, we're going to need to clear through at least 2 packs before we can save, probably. Because we need to be able to pull the enemies that are directly above. I'm wondering how we get them into this. That's still not happening. We're gonna move because I want to be able to hit the entire pack with my Flame Blast. I don't want to have to fireball all the way down.
Did that Flame Blast hit only one target question? It hit 3,000? That hit for 8k. So we're golden. This is the way. Once we run out of mana, we will. How low do these need to get actually before it just makes sense to start? I don't necessarily need to wait to run out of mana and then swap the thing on. I think we're actually at the point where we do this. So we're going to Toxic Cloud, with the intention being that we're going to whittle down the ones that are already pretty low. Because I think that they're already going to be fairly low at this point. And it's going to be a meaningful increase to my DPS. But yeah, we do have the extra complication on this save file right now. Wait, are you still weak? I guess I was wrong. We were still looking at a pretty decent chunk of HP here. Like, we might kill this here, but even if we kill this here, it's not indicative that we made the correct decision there. We should have waited longer before we started doing a single target. Because any damage that we do before we get to the point where the enemies are fairly low, it's kind of just waste. It's just kind of wasted damage because it's not meaningfully going to change the rate at which the enemies are dying. The damage later on has a larger impact. Okay, we got at least one dead. It's the second dead. Okay, we got a shit ton that died in that. That shot just killed multiple enemies. We jumped from 64 to 66%. So I think my goal right now is clear out this gym. And then, do I have anybody left? No. That's the only one that's left that's visible in this setup. We're going to move to here. That's going to rotate over and kill me, question mark? Where the fuck did you go? Okay, it actually warped backward. Oh, God. I need you to warp again. You didn't warp. Fuck. We need to go out. And we need to survive. We need to not get hit by... God damn it. Oh, that's interesting. I'm still getting stuck up here. This thing leaking from that other room. Okay, we need... Oh, you actually rotated upstairs. This room, we're not going to be able to consistently get through. And yeah, that room, we can get through a good portion of it without dying, but I don't know that we're going to be able to get through that without dying at any point. You are going to just rotate to me, I believe. Unless you're going to get warped out. Nope, you're going to come right to me. Right as I get weak. Seems fairly consistent. Fairly clockworky. I'm actually going to stand right here. I'm kind of curious. You're going to kill me, aren't you? Hello. I'm going to try to do a different location. To see if I can make something else work. Because I need to get the enemies that are over there to come to me. Unfortunately,
I did not get what I needed to get done. But we're not going to accept this, I don't think. Let's just reload. I need to basically get a setup that will get those enemies that are over here, this thing right here. I think this is 2 enemies. And I need those to come to me. Okay, they're all on the right side now. They're no longer all on the right side. If I stand here, that thing's gonna come up behind me. How do I get... I'm looking to get this whole thing pulled all at once because I don't want to waste a bunch of time pulling just some of these. You know? Oh, I don't even know what hit me there. I guess it rotated all the way to the bow. And I point backward for the bow because that makes sense. Okay. You're right behind me. Rotate it all the way. Okay. Because I have gotten... This is a bad idea. Let's see. I could rotate back a little bit. Let's see if this changes anything. Okay, this does still rotate the same way. And I hit the wall. Cool. Can I? Okay, interestingly enough, we actually were in a position where this thing was not hitting us for a second there. I don't think it's going to work for us because that just isn't the way. I think the thing that might be what we need to do, we might actually need... I don't know why I thought that was going to work. We might actually need to get up on the bridge. Not the bridge, the helm. We might need to get to the helm. Because if we can get to the helm... I mistimed the Alright. If we can get to the helm... Let's rotate back. They immediately get into range. Let's see. If I go here, you can hit me there now. But yeah, if we can make use of our invulnerabilities, we could hypothetically get up to here, and then from here, get back down into there. It's just going to be real hard. I don't think that that's a super likely outcome. Okay, that is in the way. The issue is that if I try to run around like that, I'm not going to pull them all at the same time, and we are just going to get tagged. I think that getting back into this room is not super hard to do. Right? Getting back into the... Whoa! Hit the wall. But getting to the roof, I don't know that that's going to work. So I think what we do is we wait for you to approach. As you approach, we do the correct way to dodge you. We jump around here. We get in here. We don't get killed here. We instead hit this. And then we stand right here. And then we say, how many of you assholes are outside? And the answer is too many of you assholes are outside. There's actually quite a few of you assholes that are outside. So the follow-up question is, how do I get the assholes that are outside to come inside. Because I don't want to have to clear through this entire pack again just to deal with all the assholes that are outside. So everybody is rotated into this corner now. Can I just run past you? Probably not. They're very close to me. I can't imagine that I'm going to be able to just run right by them. But it'll be funny to try it, so we're going to try it. Okay. That ended about how I would have predicted it would end. We're waiting on you. Okay. Weakness procs. Got tagged. I could also try going into I could try going into this pit. I don't think there's anything that's useful about going in here. Okay, that's gonna kill me. I don't think there's anything useful in that pit. But I did notice that nothing really seemed to follow me in, which is kind of interesting. So we might be able to do some shenanigans with the pit. But I don't know that we're going to do any shenanigans with the pit that really does anything to help the problem that we've got right now. The problem that we have right now is the enemies outside the ship on this side that I have failed to pull. So, actually, if I can just get to here, maybe we can get these pulled like this. Like, this might work. I don't think it's gonna work, but it could. Like, if we could pull them here... Let's try this. This at least doesn't release anybody back to the upstairs if we do that strategy successfully. Right? Like, if I just pop behind this thing, unfortunately, I do need. I'm not gonna load in the projectile fix unless I feel like I need to. But it is actually getting pretty late in the day. We got to here. We're collecting more enemies when we do this. Yeah, I think this is going to work. So we're going to try to get through there without dying. We're basically just luring out this genie. It's taking its pot shot. We're getting behind cover. And I think we're safe now. Unless they rotate in a really weird way, I think that we're pretty much safe here. That thing has stood in a very strange location. What the hell are you doing? Why are you there? You're not supposed to get stuck there. You're supposed to get stuck near me. It's fine. We can shoot around that corner. I think that we can. I think we can tag them. Okay, do we have line of sight on somebody? No, we have line of sight. Okay, that's a pretty decent hit. So, can I do this? No. 6 kills. I believe... I can melee you from here. We are hitting multiple targets with this. There we go. We managed to get them out of line of sight, I think. Okay. Why am I hitting?
Go.
Oh.
Now. Go.
Unfortunately, we have a less than optimal pull here. We're not hitting every target. And we have this one over here acting crazy for some reason.
Go. Go.
But yeah, our goal right now
Go.
is to just pull this pair. If we can clear the pack that we're on right now, and then kill this pair, I think we can save. I think we can save off the back of that. And then once we can save, we can also immediately just cast Invisible and walk out the door. I'd like to try to finagle them in a way that gets me out of here in a more interesting fashion than just invising out. I would like that. I think that's more fun. But I don't know that that's going to be reasonable in the time frame of beating this dungeon this week. Well, that being said, the exploration of that stuff is actually pretty fast. I can spend like an hour on that and make huge amounts of progress. Whereas like with this, because I'm having to fight my way through their HP bars, it's it's a different story here. But yeah, once we've cleared out these, yeah, we can't make the transition over to Toxic Blast either. This is a dramatically slower position than fighting them in the other thing. It's just that we can get more of the pack here than we can in the other place. Only hitting one of Frito, looks like. No, we've got two targets here. So we're going to finish clearing this pack, and then we have this enemy over here that I don't know how we're going to deal with this enemy. This enemy might just kill me. I don't even know. I don't have a clear objective with regards to this one. I do think that probably our best setup is going to be getting back into this crevice, dealing with the fact that we're going to lose some of the enemies in the process, and then trying to get another really good pull after that. I have to be concerned about these. I think that these enemies here killed me at one point. I think that they leaked earlier, so that's a concern. We have one of them wandering around over here, which is very concerning. All right, can I hit you?
Okay.
Fairly close. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay, looks like we've got another one here. Yeah, we have that genie that moved over, it looks like. That's the thing that was killing us just now. It's the one that leaked earlier. We have another thing that's up there. I am really tempted to just try to go back into that corner with these. Because this is going to be real slow. Enemies are weakened. We just have a single target here now. Ooh, interesting. Another one leaked. Is another one leaking? Looks like we've got multiple leaking now. We have one right at the entrance. I'm going to just walk over here. And we're going to hit this switch. And we're going to hope that some of you are inside. None of you are inside. Fuck me. Is this stuck here? What the what is... Are you kidding me right now? I think I know where this is. I think it's sitting in this hole. I don't think it's on my... I don't think it's above me. I think it's in... So something's trying to shoot me from outside. That's exciting. Yeah, it's right there. Look at that. You little bastard. Okay, so we rotate this into the corner. Maybe. Okay, so we put this gear onto you. We have a single genie in play right now.
Ready.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, one of them hit. Okay. Please, you gotta work with me a little bit. Just the tiniest bit, please. Okay, is this enough? Okay, I think this hopefully is consistent.
Go.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna try to burn through this genie in a timely manner. The issue is that we're now killing another target. What time is it? It's 10 a.m. I think we have time to kill this, and then to kill one other pack. Which means that if we're going to make this work, we need this to die. You can't shoot this, can you?
Ready.
Okay, cannot. Okay, I'm just gonna hold us. Okay, we're burning through as much as we can, and then we swap to you. Please. Oh wait, actually, what am I thinking? I don't need that. I can see this.
Ready to.
So, we can now swap to Implosion. And Implosion is going to drain my mana at a pace. So, this will work. We will burn through its HP with Implosion. It is a genie, which I think do cold damage, so I don't think it's going to be immune. And we're going to just wait a little bit on our mana.
Go.
It's 400. I'm going to burn through the rest of my mana here, because the two of them are going to kind of consolidate together in mana. So let's just burn through all of our implosion mana. There we go. We burned through all of our implosion mana. We swap to you again. My assumption is that it's not going to make a huge difference here. Yeah, we're now in a position where
It should be almost dead.
there we go. It's now dead. Going back to normal speed. So we now need to. We need. Fuck you. How fucking dare you? How dare you be this close? I need. That didn't take very long to clear that single target. We're going to try to do the same thing to you. Okay. That's outside. Shit. Okay. So we have one on the roof, which I hate. I hate that for me. Okay, that's going to really suck. Okay. Okay, I can't see the elemental from here, which is unfortunate. But we can hit it with Toxic Cloud. So we're going to burn through our Toxic Clouds. We will then, I think, be able to turn toward it. Could you stop missing, please?
Go.
These are RNG misses. These are not the projectile not hitting the target. This is just a different thing. Did that thing actually jump in here? Do we have multiple targets? There's a Jin there, too. Okay, good. So we have multiple targets. That's good and bad. It's a mix. It's a mixed bag. We are going to swap. So you turn off, put your gear back on, and then we need to fireball.
Go.
Okay, so this will allow us to burn through both of them at a decent clip.
Go.
I'm actually wondering, it might be better to do single target damage, because I think that a fireball, basically the base damage of the spell is substantially higher doing single target. But I think what we're gonna do
Go.
is tag this until we get pretty high. We're still hitting for a decent bit of damage here, but since there's only 2 targets, these are roughly equivalent, except that this does a higher base damage, at least against
Ready.
with only 2 targets in play. Because I'm only hitting for like 70 damage, I think, with my fireballs by default. Whereas I'm hitting for about 500 with the Toxic Clouds. So even 2 targets is doing way less damage per spell cast. So this should speed things up a bit. And if we can clear this out, the question becomes, do I have an angle to get into the green here? The other thing that we do have, if you look at the current setup, there's nothing on that east side there. There's nothing anywhere near here right now. So, in theory, we could make something work over there. So, let's see how this goes. The real key is going to be getting into the green, but I might not be able to. There just might not be an angle that gets me into the green here. I'm not positive that I can get into the green with this pack here. This pack here might block me no matter where I am on the map. This might be just too central to be able to make it happen.
Go. Go.
Okay, I think we're gonna swap. You know, I don't actually. Fireball doesn't really cost me much, so there's really not a lot of reason to not. So this Jin is still significantly. It still has a significant amount of HP left. And it is a Jin, so it's not immune to fire, which is nice. It is, however, basically immune to air, so Implosion is not going to kill this. So, we're almost to 60, we're almost to 70%.
Go.
Okay. We need to swap this back. There's only one target. Can I get you with Implosion? I'm just turning toward you.
Ready to use.
Okay.
Ready
I'll
to
just use
use.
fireballs.
Go.
It's starting to get pretty low. I actually think it might be low enough to kill with... No, I need to actually be...
Go. Go.
Okay, we are slowly but surely getting there. I think it's almost dead. There we go. So, it's now 6:57 p.m. We have to go back to normal speed. And those are now rotating away from me. They're now rotating toward me again. We're not going to get into the green just by walking north, are we? No. Okay, if I go all the way to the south, I can get them all consolidated pretty far away from me. We can then rotate north. Fuck. I'm taking too long. We're gonna die. Okay. We can now rotate over here. Is there anything we can do here? Can we get you to rotate? Yes. Yes. Interesting. We got the bulk of these to rotate into a position that's very advantageous for us. Can we get the rest of them
to follow suit? My guess is no. My guess is that any attempt to try to get them to do that is going to kill me. We've got one rotating in and out over here. And I could hypothetically try to kill that one. These don't seem to be doing anything particularly nice for me with their current positioning. I can't traverse this with these here. They need to move. So, with that being the case, is there a way I can make that happen? I've rotated you closer to me, which is the opposite of what I want. That one killed me. Okay, we're gonna try this. That killed me, and that's gonna kill me as well. Okay. However, one thing that we have demonstrated there, the enemies that are over here, we can easily rotate them into here. So we have fewer enemies that we need to kill. Shit. I forgot I needed to move for this one. I actually almost survived that. I just didn't take the corner quite as nicely as I needed to. Okay. That one's gonna kill me. Let's see. Yeah, the issue is that these are gonna rotate toward me pretty fast, and I don't know how to get them to come to me with any degree of consistency. I knew that went way too far out there. I rotated really far. Let's see. Yeah, I might as well take the pot shots while I'm waiting, right? Let's see. Yeah, we need to get those enemies over there. I don't know how I'm gonna make it happen, but it needs to happen. Lock the fuck in, friends. And based off of what we've seen so far, I think I do want to just rotate back to here and do this. I think that this is pretty much optimal. We don't get all of the enemies that we want, but we don't get all the enemies we want either way, and this is a way faster way of clearing them. So we're waiting for that thing to start moving. Damn it, we released one of them accidentally. Oh good, it came back. Perfect. So these all rotate to where we need them to be, and we're now in good position. So progress is being made. We've got 20 minutes, so this has to be the attempt. We got to get it done right here. Right here, we gotta make it count. Mom spaghetti and stuff.
Go.
Okay. I think... No, that's not...
Go.
Okay, we have...
Go.
Okay, this is an angle for this. I think we're hitting all of them. Alright, so we're clearing this pack out again. I think this is the means to do this part.
this is how we do this. And then after we've cleared this, the big issue that we keep running into is we have enemies that are leaking up there.
Go.
Man, imagine if I had realized that I didn't need to worry about that 3 o'clock.
Go.
If I had realized that I didn't need to worry about that 3 o'clock, I could have cleared this pack before I saved. That's probably not what would have happened. What would have happened is I would have saved even earlier than I did, so we don't need to worry about that. That's fine. I would have saved like 7 hours earlier. Let's not pretend. So that belief saved us time, not cost us time. Okay, fireballs are still ready for 2,500. Okay, I'm gonna wait for one more set of fireballs. We're gonna do one more set of fireballs, and then honestly, we probably don't need a full extra set of fireballs. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through with one more shot here,
Go.
and then we will burn through a partial set of fireballs. This is about 2/3 of a mana bar, maybe a little bit more, and if our fireballs start hitting for less than 1,000, actually, honestly, they have to be hitting for substantially less than 1,000 for it to be worth it to switch. Because fireball is a faster cast time as well. Like, it doesn't take as long to cast, so we might as well just sit on fireball until now. This is when we switch. Until we start doing 200 damage per strike, which is not a ton. So you are swapping to this, and you will hopefully be able to do this while you are doing this. It turns out that the strategy all along is that we need the walls and the floors to live in harmony and each bring their own respective skills to the table. And I think that's the last one of this pack. So, now we have that over there, which is definitely going to cause problems for it. Look at you being a total absolute piece of shit. I love that so much for you. Okay, so we're standing right at an enemy who's going to, at some point, blink through this fucking wall that I'm at and kill me. That is my predicament. That one blinked back. And it's back in front of me again. You sons of bitches. Make me fucking do it. Okay, fine. Oh god. I am so fucking dead. The ones inside are coming after me now. Okay. If I go up there, I'm also luring the ones that are in that room, which is... Whoa!
Buddy, pal, hey, how's it going? I forgot where it was. Let's see here. I don't know what the transition there needs to look like. Shit. Yeah, unfortunately, these ones getting stuck on the staircase is going to cause problems for me. The one that's here is going to cause problems for me. It's not there right now, but it will be eventually.
I knew it.
We can make the rotation here. I feel like every time we make a new save file, there's like an enemy that was previously just dicking around somewhere that immediately starts fucking with me. Like, it just immediately transitions from being chill to being the bane of my fucking existence. Okay. Got me through the wall. Got me through the wall. Okay. If I could just get these two fucking things to aggro, I really think that we'd have a pretty clean setup here. Oh shit! They rotated immediately. Okay. Rude.
Go.
Very rude. Okay. Imagine if I could just like clip out of that wall. I think I'm going too tight around the enemies here. I think I need to go around this. No, I'm just playing bad because I was doing this with more consistency for a while, but I don't know what I was doing differently. Okay. Fuck. Hit that wall. Die here. Maybe not. Maybe we get the... You're all fucking leaving. This doesn't help me. If I clear all of these, it doesn't matter at all. Let's see. Can I shoot you with an actual projectile?
Okay.
No. Okay. Nope, I ran into you. You know, I think I'm gonna try... I only have like 15 minutes left, so I need to try some crazy shit. I feel like we've made the progress that I need to make to be able to, like... You're just gonna kill me eventually, right? Yeah, they're eventually gonna rotate down to me. I was wondering about it because the last time they didn't seem to be rotating down. But this time they did. Okay. You are going to pincer me and kill me if I decide to just try to chill. I wonder if I could just walk in here. Can I just walk in here? Not really, no. They rotate all over the place. I don't think that's gonna help me too much. Man, if only I just didn't have this thing coming at me. Because I can make this transition, but I can't play around with it much. You know, like there's a limit to what I can do while also dealing with the fact that I have enemies coming from 2 different locations.
I need healing.
Please? Okay, that's rude of you. So, like, I want to unlock these. I think that what I need to do... I think I need to lock the enemies here. Right? I need to get this to work. Didn't work this time. And then once I get them locked in there, I can maybe lock them. Oh, come on. See the projectile hit here and kill me anyway. There's a decent chance that tomorrow's going to be way easier than today. This might actually be really quite simple tomorrow. We'll see. I'm not making the patch today. Normally I would patch once there's a patch to be had, but I'm not doing it today because a decent portion of the challenge here comes from the fact that these are assholes who can shoot through walls. So tomorrow we will be loading off of this save if we don't manage to finish this today, which, you know, we could, hypothetically. You are upstairs, right? Okay. So why the fuck are you rotating over there? Because I'm just kind of weirdo. I want you to lock in. It looks like you have. And now, rather than do the thing that we would normally do in this circumstance, I'm actually going to pull to here. And you are right behind me, aren't you? Okay.
Beats me.
So this lesser fire elemental went behind me. The others all went in front of me, right?
Never seen one before.
Yeah, the rest of this pack went in front. And I don't know if that's the entire pack or not. The reason that I'm moving there is just because it's a different location. And I want to see if it's possible to exclusively get enemies going toward us from the one direction and thus lock them all in. It's possible that that's not ever going to happen, that they will always have at least one rotating the other direction, because either that's just how fire elementals work, they're just built different, or what have you. Okay, these are locked in here now. So, we could do like a normal attempt here. I'm not going to do a normal attempt here because I just don't have an answer to these. Now, in theory, I could make an answer to them, which is just stand there and let them die to the immolation, but I don't think that's ever going to work. So we're just going to stand right here. And that one's going to rotate behind me, and it's going to kill me. It's not an elemental, though. So the fact that it's not an elemental means it's not a unique property of the elementals, because they have a different like size and shape to their model. But it looks like that's not going to be a consistent thing. I do not know how reasonable this setup is. Right? It might be very reasonable. It might be completely unreasonable. And it might do nothing for me. Like, there might just not be any realistic difference between this.
I knew it.
And that did hit me from there. Let's go to here. Okay, that one is not behaving. So we aren't as close to the wall as I probably should have been there. But they all did rotate in the same direction, except the ones that rotated out completely. So I'm curious if I'm better off with a slightly lower efficiency setup here.
where I'm not hitting as many of them at the same time, or a higher efficiency setup in that corner. I would say probably better off with this setup.
Go.
We're gonna cure the weakness on everybody.
We're going to burn through this pack. We have a decent bit of time. And
Go.
as long as we're hitting as many targets as we are, which I think we're actually hitting pretty much all of them here. Like, we're hitting for 11k on a crit. That feels like we're hitting basically this whole pack. If we can clear this pack out here completely, then that'll be promising. And whatever attempt takes us past 1 o'clock is our final attempt, and we're going to see out the entire attempt. We're going to see through the entire attempt. We're not going to end until we finish that attempt. That's how we're going to handle this.
Go.
We have a hard out at 4 o'clock. Which, it's not possible that an attempt lasts until 4 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, we're making progress here. It's just... the issue is that we need complete closure of this pack. This pack needs to be fully dealt with. Anything less than complete obliteration of this pack isn't really that interesting. Once we do get full obliteration of that pack, though, there's a lot of things that can potentially happen.
Go.
Fireball's still hitting for a pretty decent amount. I just realized that we're not actually hitting fireballs because I'm a dope. 9,600. Did we just get a new leak? New leak just dropped? Or was that one of the ones that was already in here?
Go.
You know what I think might be happening with some of these? What the fuck are you doing? I don't know what the hell happened. No, we just hit for 13k. We haven't hit for 13k before, so if we're hitting for 13k now, those are definitely new enemies. They're not just these blinking back to here and then repositioning themselves in the pack, I don't think. Because if that was what we were dealing with, then we'd have fewer enemies right now than we started with, because this one is up here
Go.
another one just showed up.
Go.
They're just hanging out on the bow.
Go.
Yes. Excellent. And these are definitely new. These are new enemies. Because our fireball damage just spiked again. So these are not enemies that were in the pack and got released. 100%. We have confirmation. So, I mean, they could have been in the pack in a position that they weren't getting shot at, I suppose. But either way, it doesn't matter. This is enemies that need killing. This pack might get us to 70% clearance. Which is really funny. Fireball is only hitting 2 or 3 enemies. I guess it's probably hitting like a few. It's hitting a few because we just randomed a thing where we only hit one target. Okay. This might be the attempt. The real key here... Another one just leaked. Wait, did another 2 just leak? That's very funny.
Go.
Right, okay. I need to hold off for a second. Yeah, we are clearing a good portion of the entire another just leaked. This battle will never end. Okay, it's 9:40. It's been like 7-ish hours since we started this. So I don't think there will be any concerns about not finishing this pack that we've got here in time. I think we'll finish this pack with plenty of time to do whatever we want. The question is going to be getting these 2 resolved. This location is really strong.
Go.
And I feel like, in theory, I could pull almost the entire dungeon to this exact location if I just had time. If I had time and preferably the saves to make several attempts. Like, if I had an extra 10 food, I think that we'd be in a very strong position. Like, being able to save one more time would make this so easy. Because, like, if I had the ability to save one more time, then when I clear this pack, I could save the game, and then I could definitely work out a route that gets me out of this fucking dungeon. 100%. There's no chance that with those kinds of iterations, being able to iterate every, like, minute or 2 rather than every, like, 30 minutes when I finish a pack, I think that we'd have no trouble figuring out a way to manipulate the behavior of every enemy in this dungeon to get us where we're going to try to get. Like, I'm not actually concerned about that. Did we just get another new enemy? Did another new enemy just pop? I didn't notice it come in.
We just hit for 8k. That Fire Blast. They are still moving over there. Hypothetically, those could leak in here. Got another kill. We have a lot of enemies here. There's at least 5 in this pack still. Yeah, unfortunately, we still have sufficient enemies in this room to be a problem for us. We don't have a nice, convenient answer to them either. Unfortunately. That's another one down.
Go.
Another one dead. Okay, unfortunately, we do not have an angle on any of the enemies, question mark? Okay, we do again. It looks like there's just the one enemy that we can hit from here, which is a problem. We need to be able to hit more than one target, and even then, I don't know that we can consistently hit it. Because we that might have been RNG. I have concerns. We've missed a lot of shots here. I'm very concerned that this is at a bad location for me. There's multiple here, so I shouldn't only be hitting one. I might need to reposition this pack. Which would be very bad for me. Okay, we got that to move a little bit forward. And that's useful for me, but that's only the one enemy. And I need more than just the one enemy to move closer to me. That one also just moved closer. Okay. Okay, we have the angle here. We're fine. So we're able to hit both of the enemies that are actually in this space from here. We're going to get ourselves up to 70%. We're going to have one enemy that's above us, potentially. There's also the possibility that we're in a very aggressively positioned location right now. It's possible that this is going to, as soon as these start dying, rotate immediately all the way around the corner and just kill them. That's a thing that could happen here. We're just going to have to see. Okay, 2 more castings. And then we switch back to just spamming. But yeah, I think that this is... I think this is going to work. It's just going to be a matter... How much HP do we have left? How much time do we have left? Okay, we have less than 12 hours.
Unfortunately, we're now clearing these through at a very slow glacial pace. I think what I might want to do... I'm going to try just jumping upstairs after this, I think, and going into that corridor immediately. Unless... I'm concerned about moving in the area that I'm in right now too much, because I don't want these to just move in and kill me, which seems to be a repeating problem that I'm running into, is these leaking, like one enemy leaking out of this and just killing me. That's a consistent problem that I'm running into that is going to continue to be a problem, I think. I think I should make the expectation that if I do manage to pull these down here, I'm probably going to have to deal with some of these as well. So, my goal right now should probably be to see if I can get these pulled all the way down here. Or... Okay, we got one of them down. So the Jinn still has a lot of HP left, unfortunately. And it is currently the only target in play. I don't love the idea of killing this Jinn like this. I wonder if it makes sense to try to get into that room again. While I'm thinking I need to be doing damage. 1200...
Go.
Because this thing's pretty far away from me, and there are two in this pack. I'd love to unlock the one there and get it to come closer. A total? We got a both. Okay. We have multiple targets getting hit now, we're fine. We don't need to do anything fancy. So, now that we've moved these both in position, we can finish clearing the two of them.
Ow.
And if we can clear the two of them, one Ifrit and one Jinn. If we can clear both of them, then we won't have any roamers on top of the ship. Which is good. We don't want any roamers on top of the ship. I don't know how likely we are to clear this in time. This pack we can get in time. Can we get the other pack in time? No, we can't clear both of these. We can clear this pack, but we can't clear the other one. So I think we clear these, and then we have to make a run for it. So, like, that's all I can think of. If we can get to here safely, it's my hope
that if basically my hope is that if there's nobody on this side, if I manage to get to this side without luring these over there, then hopefully
Ow.
I can if I can do that, then hopefully I can basically manipulate the ones that are over here into that room. And then if I can get them all in that room, then I can just walk by. Because they're in the room, they're not going to be taking the pot shots at me, and I can just get away. That's the current idea. We're not going to try to get to the point where we can save. We're just going to make a mad dash and see if we can make something work. I think what we need with I could save a lot of time if I figured out a consistent means of tagging these with toxic clouds. Like I could save a lot of in-game time. And probably out-of-game time. Okay, we have a few more hours left. Before we're definitely going to start getting death procs here. Like, there's no shot that we don't have death procs at this point. So, we are cutting it kind of close to the wire. I'd like to have a bit more time than this. Because we're only going to have, like, a few hours to play with, and we do need to be able to sort of, like, wait on the enemies to move around a bit. We can't just make a mad dash. So, hopefully we can make this work. If we can make this work, it would be very clutch if we could get it on this attempt. I think there's a reasonable chance. This is an attempt where we have really quite a lot of enemies cleared. We're clearing enemies out of sections that it doesn't feel like we're clearing enemies out of. Like, we're doing, like... We're clearing whole other sections here. So that was terrifying. That thing just appeared in front of me. However, it is dead, and that's good. We now need to decide, are we going to rotate south to get these to do what I want? And the answer is, I think, no. I think we're going to do this. I'm going to immediately just jump. We're going to stand over here. Please don't. Fuck. Okay, we're probably just dead here.
I knew we'd never win.
We got to the entrance. We got to the entrance, so that's progress. That right there? That's called progress. Let's see how much EXP we have. We have enough EXP to level up to level 85. So, that I think can work. The issue that we ran into there is that the enemies just leaked too fast. We needed the enemies that were over there to not leak quite that fast. I don't know what's causing the enemies to leak faster or slower in that particular context. But, oh well. So, if not for the fact that we're not allowing ourselves to use, like temples and stuff, that actually would have been a successful attempt. We got to the exit. We could have just left and used the temple to cure the eradication. But whoopsies, that's the wrong thing. But that's against the rules, so we're not doing that. But that is I think proof of concept. The enemies were in position where if I hadn't gotten it's possible that if I had actually moved into that safe position and then moved out of the safe position after luring them all into the corner, it's possible that that would have worked perfectly and they would have been all locked away. They wouldn't have followed me immediately, and the other enemies would have rotated where I wanted them to be. That being said, it's also possible that the reason that the enemies in the front were all positioned in a way that I think that they would have gone into that room is because I didn't do that. I don't actually know the exact maneuvering and positioning for that. I don't think it's going to take too much longer to get the attempt that we need. I think it's going to take maybe 3 good attempts. And by good attempts, I mean clearing out that big pack that we're dealing with at the start. If we get 3 more good attempts in us, I think we'll figure out how to maneuver the remaining enemies to make it work. I do think that we're going to have to rely on clearing those packs the way that we were. I don't think we want to pull anybody into the back room. I think that back room is a great way to kill 90% of the enemies, but one enemy in an area is too many enemies. I can't have anybody on top of the ship. So I can try a few different things, but at its core, what we're going to need to do is just clear through like that and then adjust our behavior once we've cleared that pack in order to nail it. I don't think we're going to invis through here because I don't think we're going to be able to manage the 2 enemies that are on the other side of that boat. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. So thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm actually really enjoying trying to puzzle out how to make this work. It's nice that like now I just have to hold S, so it's like it's easy to get through the phases that are like the longer periods. But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying this nonsense. I'm enjoying it. We'll get back to doing like normal nonsense that takes a little bit less time, just a little bit less time. Once we finish this, and I think that we're getting pretty close. That's the first time that we've ever reached the entrance of the dungeon. And I do think that if we had been given a few more seconds in that tunnel, not a few more, if we had been given like 20 to 30 more seconds in that tunnel, I think we would have survived. I actually think that we would have survived there. Even if there's 1 or 2 enemies out there, I feel like there's a very good chance that we survive that run, because the initial angling, I think, works fairly well. It just depends on where the enemies are. Anyway, that's it for today. Tomorrow we will be finishing up this dungeon. Later, Rose.